So, after working on Kirby's Adventure, Sakurai went to work on this game immediately. The B team went off to keep this franchise alive and started making all kinds of Gaiden games, including Dreamland 2 and Dreamland 3, which we just covered. Sakurai, being Sakurai, wanted to push the envelope, and while they actually started development on the NES, the idea was pretty much always for this game to be on the SNES, because they wanted three things for this game. First thing they wanted was two-player co-op. There were some very serious issues with the very concept of two-player co-op. This is actually something I mentioned yesterday. Miyamoto was really, really pushing for this. I mean, really pushing for this. He had been wanting two-player co-op. Good morning, Kim Thad. He had been wanting two-player co-op in the Mario series for forever. Since Super Mario Brothers, I believe, 2. The one we played. Well, I guess we played both of them. Super Mario Brothers 2, not Lost Levels. Let me make that more clear. The only one I'll ever call Super Mario Brothers 2. Good morning, Mook. There were tech issues involved with that, is the simplest way I could put it. And so Miyamoto had been pushing a lot of other franchises to finally add two-player co-op. And this was the big one to add it for the Kirby series, which would become a regular staple going forwards. By the way, if you're wondering, Miyamoto would finally be able to get his co-op in New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii in 2009. Anyways, design number 2. He wanted the core gameplay loop to be designed as if the game was a fighter, as in like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. The reason why is because Sakurai is really into fighting games, but also he wanted there to be more complexity to the core abilities. So rather than just I absorb ability, I now shoot a fireball, he wanted you to be able to do a dash fireball, or a punch fireball, or a neutral fireball, or a big fireball, or a fireball punch, or whatever, right? He wanted each ability to essentially be a different fighter. So they are. We're going to get a lot of kit positives in this one. I'm just going to give that away right now, because this is probably the most designed the abilities have been. There's no maybe. It is definitely the most designed the abilities have been to date. And might be some of the most designed we have ever in the Kirby series. By the way, two little anecdotes about this. I already mentioned the first, but for those who didn't watch the previous VODs, the actual code, the scripting logic that they used for the inputs and the collision and how to do the combo abilities and all that fun stuff was actually then copy-pasted into Super Smash Brothers. Literally, same code. Second thing I wanted to mention, though, if you ever wondered why the enemy moves have so much more depth to them and why the enemy AI is generally better in this game, that's why. But then the third spoke was what he called the omnibus thing. I'm just going to pull a direct quote from Sakurai here to explain this. As for why I made it an omnibus, I did it because I thought we were seeing too many games that took too long to beat. At the time, more and more massive games kept hitting the market. Now it took a long time to finish. By creating an omnibus collection of quick-to-beat individual scenarios, each complete with their own unique gameplay, I thought I could provide a lot of content without causing players to grow tired of any one style. I hesitate to put any one individual on a pedestal, but Sakurai might be the game developer I know of that agrees with me the most when it comes to the big game developers out there. Because there's more to this interview where he talks about... what's that, Chip? There's more to this interview where he talks about how there was this arms race of constantly wanting more bang for your buck, and people wanting to have longer and longer games, which meant people would just pad out the games in order to make them artificially longer, and blah, 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 and you get it. And yeah, there are some of the games in this that could be individual games. Which brings us to our next thing. This game took 3 years to develop. Now that probably doesn't sound very impressive to you, unless you've been around on the SNES, in which case I would struggle to think of another SNES game that took 3 years to develop. This was a huge development cycle. If this sounds familiar, by the way, Dreamland 1 had a similar situation, where a game that's literally an hour long took years to develop because Sakurai really, really wanted to push the envelope. He wanted the polish, he wanted the quality, and he was ambitious as hell. And because he had the backing, ironically, the BRB was actually quite high for this game, he could get away with that. he could make the game as good as he wanted it to be. There are, however, a couple of strange asterisks to this game. The first I want to mention is Donkey Kong Country came out in 1994. Now, you've heard me talk about this before. Oh, interesting, Chip Penguin. There was this thing called the 3D is the future bug, right? And it hit everybody in the mid to late 90s. And everything had to be 3D, and all of gaming got worse for it, right? For those who were around in that era, you know what I'm talking about. There was this massive reset button on game development as a concept because people started unlearning all of the lessons that they'd already learned and actually regressing in terms of gameplay design in order to accommodate the early 3D era. And it sucked. It honestly, I've said this before, it took until the PlayStation 3 in order to finally, or I guess the late PS2, but either way, late PS2, early PS3, to finally get to the point where the 3D games had started catching back up to where 2D games already were. Rant aside. So, Donkey Kong Country came out, and Sakurai got bit by the bug and said, oh my god, yes, we need to add 3D renders to the game. It's the only way. And so, some of the visuals in this game are screenshots of 3D renders, similar to something you'd see in Super Mario RPG or in Donkey Kong Country. We don't talk about the DLC bomb. We will never talk about the DLC bomb. One second. So, the funny thing, though, he did an interview very recently. First of all, can I just say, a lot of this information comes from Sakurai himself, and he's got a YouTube channel where he talks about a ton of things with regards to game design. I know I've mentioned it before, but I highly recommend it if you have any interest in game design, either personally or as a hobby or just for fun, because there's some really good info in there. Dude lays it out really well. He has a style to his tutorialization, which is somehow very efficient and informative, but also extraordinarily thorough. It's fascinating. Anyways, on that channel, very, very recently, as part of the recent thing for Smash Ultimate, I want to say, either that or Kirby, one of the two, he made a comment where he looks back at that and he said it was a huge mistake to go into the 3D development thing. And what's funny is he thinks so for three reasons. Number one, he thought that it was a mistake to think that 3D was going to replace sprites, which he was right. That was a mistake that everyone made. Reason number two, he thought it didn't look good in the game. It actually contrasted with the overall style of the game, which I also agree with. It's probably one of the biggest things that is a detriment of this game. And thing number three, it massively added to the workload. All of a sudden, the development time was pushed out like another year because they replaced half the background visuals with 3D renders, which they took screenshots of. Anyways. Second asterisk. I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, but Kagero Mansion was something that was supposed to be in this game. But most of you have probably never heard of it. It was a horror sequence. You were cursed by this ancient wizard who sealed your mouth shut, so you couldn't eat any food to recover, and you couldn't get any copy abilities. And it was a puzzle. They had to go through this whole section, and it was very point-and-clicky. You know, you get this item to use on this thing to access this door. That kind of approach. They actually completed quite a bit of the development of this, but it never actually left conceptual stage, and they finally decided it was simply... They were already being insanely ambitious. They decided that was just a little bit too ambitious, and so went ahead and axed that. Star Fox, Mr. Red. Also, a fun little factoid, the game's original title was called Active, as in Kirby Active, or in Japan it would be Kirby of the Stars Active. The name was suggested by Shigesato Itoi, aka the Mother Guy, or Earthbound if you prefer. I just felt like sharing that because it is amusing to me that Itoi, who was very active at Nintendo at this point in time, just kind of poked his head into the office and said, you should call it this. And they're like, that's a good idea. He also apparently suggested the Japanese box art. Go figure. But I'm not quite done talking about this game yet, because here's the thing. Everything I've told you is about the SNES game. We're not covering the SNES game today. We're covering the DS game. So, we're playing Ultra. Ultra was directed by Shinya Kumazaki. That name probably doesn't sound familiar to you, but he's the current mainliner for Kirby, and has been for over a decade. In fact, he has been since Robobot, to get a specific terminology there. Kumazaki actually worked as a debugger and designer at HAL until right about the GBA era, and was promoted and promoted, as is usual for Japanese companies, until he was handed this game as his first directorial debut. And he knew what he was freaking doing, if I could just be blunt about that. Once again, they managed to luck out into having a director of the Kirby series who knew his chops. It is luck, to be clear. We have seen in other companies, cough, cough, Square, where working there and the vertical movement thing gets people who shouldn't be in charge. But in this case, first they had Sakurai, which was luck, and then they had Kumazaki, which was luck. Kumazaki is pretty much the reason why Robobot, Star Allies, and Forgotten Land are the way they are. Just to put that into perspective, for those of you familiar with those games. So let's go ahead. Yeah, this is not a Devil May Cry 2 at all. So Trihexa actually asked, what has changed? What's different? So most of the stuff in Superstar Ultra isn't really different in ways that you're probably going to notice. Yes, exactly, Sean. You gotta say it with the accent. The blind, simple, stupid. But under the hood, the game actually received a massive overhaul. In fact, they were originally going to do just a straight port of the SNES version onto the DS. And, once again, because this is Kirby, they had a high BRB rating. And so they went ahead and gave them the green light to just kind of redo the game as much as they wanted. So there's a bunch of new minigames, most of which are just optional hard mode stuff. But the big thing is the engine is different. The actual playing, the physics and the platforming and the control engine is all different under the hood. And everybody think, why? Why redo the engine so thoroughly? Two reasons. First, it enabled them to have more precise control over the specifics and get rid of a couple of very minute, but nevertheless extant issues and bugs from the original game. And second of all, that same engine is the same engine they would use for the next several 2D Kirby games, including Return to Dreamland and Robobot. This is also, not literally, but you remember how Kirby Adventure was kind of the beginning of the Dark Matter thing, but not really? Ultra is kind of the beginning of the modern story arcs, but not really. The merger of the two major story arcs of Kirby, which is the Dark Matter and the Ancient story arcs, would both kind of start to mix and match a little bit here, something that would later be fully codified in Star Allies. This game was also the game to start really going into the soul concept. There was actually one game before this that had a soul enemy, but this is when they started codifying that and saying, this is now something we're doing, and they started putting lore into the soul bosses to kind of add to the overall world building of the setting. But with all that out of the way, there's a lot of other things I'm kind of skipping over right now because there's just a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot. Switch this over here. Switch this over here. I believe so, Noctis, yes. Do not quote me on that, but I think it is. Put this over here, put this over here, put this up here. Kill the amazing music. Oh, and of course we had June back as the composer. And, well, like I said, we've been giving some music positives. We're probably going to give a couple of more music positives here. So, Poyo, obviously. Before we get jumping into this, I want to mention something just from a purely personal anecdote. I played the ever-living crap out of the SNES version of this game, but it was always a rental because I could not find a copy of it. So, Superstar, the original, I would rent it regularly and then play it, then rent it regularly and play it. It was actually one of the very, very last SNES games I got for my collection. It became a joke amongst me and my friends that every time we'd go hit the local pawn shop, I'd glance to see if they had Kirby Superstar, because it was the one game I was freaking missing. When I finally got it, well, to put this into perspective, by about the time I finally got this game, the SNES copy, the DS version had finally come out. I still have the SNES copy, of course, but then I just started playing the DS version at that point. And I played the hell out of the DS version of this, especially co-op, because, I mean, duh, I suppose. One moment, please. Okay. Yeah, no, this is... I've heard several people complain about the Superstar and how bite-sized it is. Allow me to disagree with that. So, right off the bat, you can start you can start two-player. So this is kind of a weird one, because this is functionally online multiplayer, and you can't really play it unless you have a DS, and also so do they. So I'm just going to say that co-op exists and kind of skip over that step, if that's okay. It's good. It's extremely good. And there's also a mode where the other player doesn't even have to have the frickin' game. Don't remember how that works exactly, but either way, I'll do some due diligence on that later, put some question marks, and we'll just move on. So here's all our games. I know you can't quite see them. They're all on the bottom there. We also have the ability to go watch some movies with Kirby, of course. Various settings we can do here. And looks like we have some sub-games already unlocked. So let's just poke at this real quick. Touch the same card in the... Okay. No! I don't think I'm going to be very good at this because I'm using a mouse. Ah! I was just centering my mouse. Damn it. Oh no, I'm already out. No, I'm already out. No! Damn you, green! And route. Okay, so that's that. You know this one. Or you thought you did, but little did you realize. It's even worse than you... So these are DS minigames. This is something that was pretty normal back in the day. Which boils down to... Make sure to use the touchpad. Mandatory touchpad gimmick, right? Yeah, if you have to use the touchpad. Otherwise, you're fired. And in Japan, that's basically a death sentence. Oh yeah, the stupid mic, which isn't a mic. Wait, which one's this one? Oh. Okay. No! They bombed me. They bombed me. No! So you have to get rid of the bugs and the bombs. You have to eat everything else. The minigames are the DS track. This pad exists. You notice, by the way, all three of those are unlocked right at the beginning of the game. That's why we're just rushing through those super quickly, because, like, they're there. They're the DS gimmick. Moving on. They're nothing fancy. Now we can get on to the real content. Spring Breeze. Notice there's a difficulty indicator at the top, by the way. All of the food in Peaceful Dreamland has been stolen. This must be the work of King DDD. This game is easy and fun. It's simple enough for new players to enjoy. There's trouble in Dreamland. King DDD and his soldiers have stolen all the food in Dreamland. Yes, all of it. But here comes our hero, riding on the spring breeze. Some call him Kirby. Let the adventure begin. Oh yeah, by the way, for the third time in a row, this game is designed for people who have never played a video game before. I feel like keeping pointing that out because it makes a degree of sense, especially given when this game came out, which was the 90s. And there were plenty of people who had not played video games until the 90s. So let's assume this is the first time I've ever played this game. We'd like to quickly explain the rules of Kirby Superstar Ultra. By the way, this is written by Sakurai himself. This is the main character you control, Kirby. He's a pretty jolly guy, he says, glaring at us. So you should know that Kirby could fly in the air and inhale his enemies. Press the A button to jump, if you keep pressing it. Kirby will hover gently. That's how he flies. When you press the B button, Kirby will inhale his enemies. Once you've inhaled the foe, press the B button again, and you spit the foe back out. Or, if you press the X button, or down on the control pad, you swallow the foe. Nothing happens when you swallow a normal foe, but you swallow a foe who has a special ability. Kirby will copy its special ability, and now Kirby has marks. Oh yeah, the hats. Superstar started the hats concept. That's Kirby's special move. It's called his copy ability. You can use the copy ability by pressing the B button. I see many abilities to copy in this game. Try to find them all. Now for the main event. Kirby has a copy ability. You can press the X button to call a helper. Helper acts as a good buddy to Kirby. Helper usually moves on its own. It'll fight on its own as well. Using local wireless, this is new obviously, you can have a PAL player play as a helper in a co-op game, because exploring with a friend is always more fun. Oh, want to get rid of the helper you called. Press the X button to use the normal beam to turn it into an item. Lastly, there are a few special moves you may not know about. First is the dash. Press the control pad twice, quickly, and Kirby will dash in that direction. Next is the slide. Press the A or Y button, and down, in order to slide. Also, you can protect yourself by guarding. Press L or R. When foes attack you, it'll cause less damage. Lastly, enter a door, stand in front of it, and tap up. Use these to move between stages. That's all. That's a lot to process, but just try it out. You'll master everything. Let's start Kirby Superstar Ultra. Let's talk about Spring Breeze. I need to teach that King DDD a lesson. I actually think the tutorial's worse than on the SNES version. In fact, if I can make my point very quickly here. Yeah, let me save state super quick. If I need to, we've done nothing. Yeah, pause. Pause. I do believe so, Noctis, yeah. Okay. Hang on a sec. Nope. It was extremely optional. In fact, it's actually optional twice. It asks as if it's your first time playing. If you say no, say, okay, would you like to see the tutorial? And then you can say no. Hang on one second. Sorry. I just redid something, so I don't have this set up right now. Ah! So, just real quick, here's this next one, right? Just to make the point really quick. Also, I noticed we can select more stuff at the beginning in this next one. That's interesting. Whatever, let's do Spring Breeze. So, is this your first time playing? Yes. For all your first-time players, here's how we play. This is the controller. It's a gray thing with the purple buttons. This is Kirby, our hero. He's a jolly fellow. So, here's the big difference. Have you figured it out yet? Give you a hint. This is me. I'm actually in control of it while it's doing the tutorial. And that's just better. It's still doing the text, it's still got the controls, and it still tells you which button is which. But I'm the one who actually does things. So, it's a relatively small change, but I do think that the SNES version is superior for that reason. Alright, moving on. Oh yeah, I should do that. Oh yeah, by the way, the other way in which, like, So, the make a helper into a power-up thing is actually a really great system for several reasons. Let's try to show this off real quick. So, hey, here's an enemy. I have your powers. I have your companion. The companion has all of their abilities, and in a couple of specific cases, they have some abilities you don't have access to if you have their ability. Okay, that's cool. Obviously, a second player can play as them. That's also cool. And in terms of gameplay, they just keep up with you. They do that cheating thing that Tails does in the Sonic games, right? Where he just keeps up to you, right? So, Don't have to worry about him getting stuck or lost or whatever, and he's just a little bit of extra damage. Plus a little bit of extra tanky, because enemies will target him in addition to you, so you have something else to take some of the heat off of you. Great. But the thing that really makes all of this even better is the fact that you can just turn him back into an item at will. If for whatever reason you want to reclaim that power-up, you can. And if for whatever reason you want to go back to having the companion, you can. This is one of those seemingly subtle systems that is actually really, really good. This is what we call core mechanic. And yeah, this is awesome. I don't know what else to add to this. So, moving on. Now, I'm going to do something kind of weird. I'm going to deliberately not use the partners, and I'm not getting any power-ups. Okay, that's funny. So the first screen's fairly simple, and very short, too. And then we go straight to the woods. Ow. Hey. Another thing that he was really big on, Sakurai in particular, is he really wanted lots and lots of food in the stages. So, this is kind of a weird one. Most games, especially games with an actual health bar, tend to have a thing where you can do stuff to heal. But usually it's like, it's linear, right? You heal or you don't. In this case, he wanted there to be lots of little heals, and there were two reasons for that. First was because he thought it would be fun to eat up a bunch of different types of food, which is why there's literally hundreds of different food sprites in this game. But the other reason was because this way you can stretch it out across you and your companion. Because again, a huge amount of this game was designed around the co-op mechanic. There's actually one other thing. I guess I could show it off now. Let's go ahead and make him a thing here. Hang on a sec. Can you see that hug we just did? So there's this really cool system, and I hate to keep praising this game, but it's a really good system. Anytime either player gains some health, for about, I want to say 5 seconds after you gain the health, you can go give the other person a hug. Just walk right into them. When you hug them, you share some of the healing you just picked up. And as a consequence, it's also hyper efficient. What I mean by that is, like, if you were to zoom, it's not like you get 75% of the heals. If I get healing and then I give it to you, we have actually gotten 150% of the heal, if that makes sense. So we're already at the first boss, 3 screens in. Of course, it's this guy. You're probably thinking about it a little bit too much there, Matt. So obviously Spring Breeze is kind of baby's first level. But you've probably noticed something already, if you're paying attention. Ah! This stupid squid. Ah! I don't blame you if you're not. Grab all my foods there. I like the food system. I like the fact that there's this granularity to healing. Also, we have a snorkel now, because of course we do. Sprite work in this game is extremely good on Kirby himself. I've seen the sprite sheets. It's actually crazy how many sprites Kirby has in this game. Notice, by the way, that you could still use the invincibility to hurt bosses, but not instantly kill them. I'm building up to a specific point here, Mook. Don't worry. Deja vu. Yeah, the problem is that 3D thing we already complained. Well, I already complained about. So, in Super Mario RPG, to use a specific example, or Donkey Kong Country, they had 3D sprites on 3D backdrops. Here we have 2D sprites on 3D backdrops, and that's the problem. It's a damn shame, because, like, I think the sprite work is excellent, and the brickwork is not. So if you're paying attention, these are the exact same cutscenes as they were back in the first game. If that doesn't give away what I'm trying to showcase, I got nothing. Yeah, having to deal with the slightly squished screen of the DS was apparently something they had to solve. And again, you know, engine overhaul. Ah! 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 I do like me actually having some honest-to-goodness health bars. It's why I always kept Slippy alive in Star Fox. Not because it was the right thing to do or anything, just because I wanted those health bars. I mean, in Kingdom Hearts, there's an optional thing you can equip that shows the health bars of the enemies, and let me tell you, I always have that on. Let's do this. Also, one of the best versions of this song, don't at me. Ignore Mario and Peach and Luigi there in the background. They're just cheering us on. Yeah! And we win. Unnecessary 3D. So yeah, if you missed it, that was the first game again. No, seriously. Did you catch that? It's the same stages in the same orders with the same opening cutscenes, although retouched, obviously. And it ends, it's the same story, even. It's literally the first game again. Now, there's one pretty big difference. You can actually use copy abilities. That's the other thing I was going to point to. You weren't supposed to. In fact, the first game was actually designed around the concept of... So Spring Breeze was designed around the concept that you didn't have to use abilities. As I demonstrated, because I didn't use a single ability the entire time. And a Nintendo executive, who has gone unnamed, insisted that they add the copy abilities in. So Spring Breeze comes across as weird. Because it's just... Huh? But it was still designed around the concept that you don't have to, so you still don't have to. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, that was pathetic. So, I'm going to disagree. What that was baby mode. But it also accomplished something else. It was there for people who had never played the franchise before. It's literally the first game in an even more truncated format. It is functionally the first stage. The entire mode we just did is functionally the first stage of Superstar. It's just going back through Dreamland 1 again, but with, color and some weird 3D for some reason. And I didn't really show it off too much, because I've basically done all those stages before, but for the most part, most of those stages are still the good, dense design that they always have been. Because again, it's pulling a lot of the design elements from the original game on the Game Boy. One second, please. Sorry. Here, let me just switch over to... Okay, so, I actually already showed this off. Gourmet Race. Kirby dreams of food in unnecessary 3D. Let's do this. Oh, I just saw this. Sure, first time. Why not? Oh my god, the treadmill. King DDD and Kirby race through a gourmet race. Kirby must meet more food and reach the goal before DDD. I should mention I'm not good at this. So eat as much as you can and reach the finish first. Well, you can skip that at any point in time. That's true, we have had a Kirby fighting game, haven't we? I mean, really. We've had several, even. Everyone thinks it's Mario's game? No, no, no. I love the backwards cap, by the way, of the wheelie. What if nutrition mattered? Oh, man. That's kind of it. That's the gourmet race, but I like it. It is another example of simple yet solid, and a weirdly large amount of thought was put into the design of it and the coding of DDD himself. Normally I'd call this stuff mini games, but I guess these just count as levels at this point. I have heard a non-insubstantial amount of people refer to Brawl as Superstar, but with other characters. And yeah, you can also do a PvP thing with this, because of course you can. And you can time attack and score attack, and the usual. So, before we do Dynablade, let's do the Great Cave Offensive, which is listed as a 4 difficulty. So, yeah, exactly, Archers. Like I said, this is a very Sakurai design hallmark. Not a lot of length, but a lot of density. So I used to love this mode, And I don't even really have a good way to explain why. It was just fun going around and gathering all the treasures. I always sucked at it. I don't think I ever actually got all 60 treasures. I think it was actually less in the SNES. 1 second. Yeah, this is... So, yeah, let's go ahead and pop this in. Unnecessary 3D. And Kirby's dead. Yeah, literally the most recent Kirby game is the first 3D Kirby game. Really. Sure, first time. Hunt treasure as you explore this huge cave. Oh, cool! This place is ripe for adventure. To win, you'll have to look for treasure and make it out safely. When you find a chest, stand in front and press up on the control pad. So I checked my SNES early last year, and it still worked at that point in time, Moog. Right now it's in a vacuum-sealed bag for obvious reasons. So, okay, this is... So, the one thing I really like about the DS version is the bottom screen is actually really useful for navigating now. And you're probably wondering, why is that needed in a Kirby game? Well, this is a Metroidvania. No, really. In fact, that's what I thought. Okay, hang on. So, hold up. First of all, let's get the tutorial treasure. Which is exactly what it is. Exactly what it sounds like. So, we're going to talk about the moves as we go here. And this might be one of the very, very, very few Kirby games where individual power-ups get positives. Let's just do this in advance. None of these are real positives. I'm just making space in the document so it's easier to type. So, Fighter. This is the first one we really encounter. As you can see up here, hold the B button for a stronger blow. That punch is an instant KO. So, you can do an attack, or you can do a big attack. You can do a dash but attack, or a dash and a big attack. You can do a down kick or a double kick in the air. You can do a rising break. You can do a grab. You can do a grab throw. You can do a judo throw. It's straight up a fighter move, or fighter thing. So you can do a tap, or you can do like that. See? So you can do like this, for example. You can do a little slide. Or you can do a massive grab like that. Also just kind of little jabs like this. It's Smash. It is literally Smash. I wasn't joking earlier when I said that this is the engine that Smash used. Yeah, by the way, notice we don't lose power-ups on getting hit, which was a really good change. You still do lose them. I forget the specific requirements. I think it's like you have to get hit by like a quote-unquote major attack, which a lot of bosses have, or you have to lose a certain amount of HP, something like that. But either way. Yeah, any of you who played Smash, this probably all sounds very familiar. So that's the fighter. Then we've got the beam. Well, the traditional beam hasn't changed. It's still that thing. It's a little better range than it used to have. You now also have the ability to do a charge attack. And the dash attack. And that. I think that might be everything. Nope, there's one more. Well, shoot. I just screwed up. Hang on. Ah, they're all dying too quickly. A problem we will not have too much of in this game. No! I just wanted the last one. I thought that was the last one. So stupid. I remember seeing a speedrun of this mode once. I was really excited to see how they got all the power-ups and all the cool stuff, and they didn't, is the answer. No! No! Okay, okay. Get rid of that nonsense. I don't even know what that means, Sobe, so I'm going to assume not. Oh yeah, also when you start to get low on health, your health bar starts to show up in the screen, as say the top screen. I actually like that. It's just a little... That's your low health indicator, is, hey, in case you missed it. Okay, just this one now. There we go. And there's our low health warning that we usually get. This. There we go. We got the whip. Why is there a whip down here? Ah, it's fine. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Feather's one of the better ones. So, another fun thing, they didn't actually tutorialize, but I'll show it off here briefly. So, there's our Knuckle Joe. He's not low on health, but just pretend he is for a second. He's about to die. But it's okay, because if I do this, and then throw this at him, it turns him into that thing, which also, you'll notice, refilled his health to full. Seriously, Feather's a good one. First of all, flight. Duh. Second of all, nice spread fire attack. Have some healing. Charge attack. And this weird, like, circle weird attack. There it is. Couldn't remember how to activate that. Whoops. No! Okay. No, I got stuck. Damn. I don't know how to do this one solo. Yes, I know I'm low health. Thank you, game. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I got it. Like, the way I used to do this one is plug in the second controller. Okay. Can I make you stay here? Here, stay here, stay here. Yeah, it's one of the more recent ones. I don't remember which one, though. Ah! Damn it. Hang on. I had an itch. I had an itch. I'm gonna give up on this one. I don't think I can do this. So, I give up. That's a good question. I'm not sure, Noctis. It's impossible, Blue Fusion Volt. It's physically impossible. Attacking can. Oh, Jesus. I made it this far, but will I make it even farther? Oh, Jesus. That was actually really close. Man, I'm just getting hundreds of thousands of gold here. Kirby is about to be one of the 1%ers. No! We retain progress, as you can see. But you also restart to the previous, so the section you're in, the level, if you will. Which is also how we're going to divvy this up for review purposes. Poyo. That's what money is, right? Poyo. Fine. Of course, here was some healing items right here. Aw, Nyan Cat. Only worth 500 gold? What? Ah, shortcut. I swear one of the recent ones does ability mixing. No! Okay, we're okay, we're okay. No! Seryu sword? Ah! So I believe they changed a lot of these in this version of the game. I'm not sure which are which anymore. In the SNES version, there was a bunch of references in the various treasures you can get. Because, of course, there were. Like Screw Attack! Samus! I like how Screw Attack is only worth 80,000 gold, by the way. Echigo candy? I'm not even sure what that is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Castlevania earlier. I mean, nobody ever accused Samus of being well-funded. Let's see what's in this stupid door. What is this? Oh, save. And a heal. Nice. Oh, duh. I did it before I saved. I mean, I've thought for years of some kind of Metroidvania where you have to have an economic management side of things, too. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in the world who would actually like that, but it sounded cool. There's Cutter. Good old standby. Phantom Mask! Mario Brothers 2. Let's see. What do we do with Cutter? Cutter, dash, sweeping, drop, cleaving. Oh yeah, this attack, I forgot about that. God, plasma. Also known as, I hope you like hurting your hands. So plasma is one of those objectively best things. Oh, hey. Cook. Well, okay. So here's Cook. In you get. Don't think about it too much. Sleep. Okay. So, here's the thing with plasma. As you move around, you charge. The charge does a ton of damage. So, this is the hand killer. We were kind of joking about WoW with repetitive stress injury. This is the repetitive stress injury ability. I don't recommend it. So yeah, you rotate to charge up, and there's either a needle, an arrow, or a spark, or a wave, or a barrier, depending on how much charge you have. Starstone. I will not be using plasma because I value my hand, but it is, again, extremely powerful. If you are capable of keeping this charge going, or you're, tassing or speedrunning, then yeah, you'll just absolutely destroy things with this ability. Oh. So this is a new one, Mirror, which has one of my favorite dashes in the game, by the way. Mirror is one of those weirdly useful ones. Beast's Fang. So, Mirror allows you to keep moving while dashing, while attacking, like that. In addition to just having some really solid attacks. Like, this is just holding down the button right here. You can also just do a basic attack like that. Also looks cool. We're gonna do this. Because the flashing lights. And I'll go and take Cutter again. This is the other benefit of the partners. You can kind of mix and match, and there are some abilities which have some decent chemistry, symmetry, synergy with each other. Or you can just change it based on preference, whatever it is you want to do. Wing was one of my go-tos back when I used to play this game a bunch, on the SNES. Wing has incredible mobility and can attack while staying mobile. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but I love that utility. Oh, right. I actually forgot to show that off a little bit. Thank you for reminding me. I don't guard much, but if you do, you get an actual super guard if you're mirror. Well, that's what he does. This is the copy ability, which allows you to copy someone. I don't know. Don't ask me. Literally, you pull out the scanner and just like, boop. Guys, I need a cutter again, so cutter. You probably haven't noticed, but each of these is pretty short. Each of these stages. Continuing that bite-sized vibe. Keeping in mind, I'm also trying 200% as I go through here. Season's Heart. That's gotta be a reference. What is that a reference to? Well, we can have the jet engine, the mage, or the sword. Let's get the... So the jet engine is exactly what it sounds like. It also has the weirdest controls for flight in the game. It's kind of a Flappy Bird thing. I thought... Hang on. Oh, it has to be near a foe. Okay. And then, of course, there's Sword. Sword was made really good in Superstar. It's always been good. But now you have combos. And yeah, you got the link cap, because of course you do. Oh god. Yeah, the sword is in a good place. All of these are really good. That's the thing. I'm gonna have to really sit and think about these. Let me jot down some thoughts. I've been going too fast. We have 1 million gold already. We can retire. Oh, God. Imagine if I had 1 million. How much... We decided this at one point in time of another stream. How much money is a gold coin worth? Because if we figure that out, we can kind of, like, deduce how much money we're sitting on right now. Yeah, Jet is great for flinging. Much better than the beam one. Let's assume 24 carats. Wait, carats is just weight, isn't it? 1 ounce. Okay, so sure. So what's 1 million ounces? Let's just do that. What's 1 million ounces of gold worth? Oh, okay. See, I am an idiot, Mook. No brain. Here we go. Okay, so we've got... a little under $4.5 million. That's actually not as much money as I was thinking. We need more! We need to hit the billion range. Okay, here's the real question. What would Kirby actually spend all that money on? There. Got a list. I mean, yeah, it's... why don't we go ahead and make you a sword dude, too? Kirby's just jacked, yo. So I mentioned the big attacks that knock your ability out. That's a good example of that. No! 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 Could you stop breaking the bridge, sir? Do you mind? So, did you catch that? This is part of what I was talking about earlier. So our companion was dead, had actually hit 0 health. After a bit, they will eventually die and explode, and that's the end of it. If you re-inhale them and then resummon them, they're back to full health. Area 2. Oh, you're right. I should have checked. I'm sorry. Remind me next boss to check if there's a blurb. So this is the Crystal Caves. Gotta have the crystal biome, especially in a Kirby game. Ugh, flight. Yeah, I've kind of sworn off flying currently, because it's just... It was already really, really bad the last time I flew, and now it's even worse. Yeah, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but we might not give a Kirby game a plus to brickwork, because this is just... I think it'll get the sprite work positive. Hey, look, a dime! Because, I mean, you know, the sprites are still very good. Look, I mean, look at the frames of animation on Kirby walking there. I mean, you can even see when the light reflects off of his freaking, his eye mask. But the backdrops? Glass slipper. What is it doing down here? Listen, it's not necromancy when it's your friends. Ah. Save. Oh god, you're right. Which means we have hardly any money at all. You'll see me use Cutter a lot, by the way. Cutter's a good standby. Just always useful. There it is. The Falcon helmet! Ow. Ancient Gem. I don't recognize that one. Almost everything in here is a reference, so I try to play along and be like, what's this thing? It looks like the things that would be used in Tears of the Kingdom, but this is way before that. Yeah, there's a bunch of fire things later, too. I remember that. And, yeah, a bunch of stuff to cut. Which is a shame, because Bird really is just the best. Ah! Hmm. No. Alright, look. Sorry to do this to you. But I need your soul. Alright, you can have your soul back. Cell phone. Cook again. Okay. How do I get that one down there? Well, that's a $400 phone if we're going by 1 gold equals 1 cent. And honestly, $400 for a phone isn't a bad price. It's cheaper than mine was. So yeah, I know I missed a treasure, but I don't know how to get it, so... meh. And yeah, I probably haven't been conveying this properly, but this whole... when I say this is a Metroidvania, I kind of mean it. The whole area kind of loops in and on itself, in and around itself a bit. Truth Mirror, 500,000. And yeah, there's a bit of a maze nature to it, and obviously a lot of the treasures are... I shouldn't say a lot. Some of the treasures are more hidden than the others, let's put it that way. Come here. There. The one thing that just fully heals them is always the tomato. Why is it a tomato? Have you ever seen the third Ocean's 11 film? The scene with the super cell phone. You can't get a signal here. Oh yeah, watch this. how do I get over there? What obvious thing am I missing? I mean, imagine if sushi actually healed you. Or, you know, whatever the sushi equivalent is for you, obviously. I don't think I knew that functionality. You actually speed up if you turn around like this. I think I give up on this one. Let's just move on. Ah! Oh, someone wants to recruit me to work at Amazon. At a warehouse in Amazon. That sounds like something I want to do. So, favorite copy ability so far. I mean, obviously Bird. But I would have to give special praise to the sword and the wheel. We haven't seen another of my favorites yet. In fact, we haven't seen two of them. So let's go and grab Boyd. It's double Bird. Alright, what's the boss of the crystal area? It's a slime! No! I loved this as a kid. And by a kid, I mean as a teenager. This is mid-90s. I was in high school. Oh yeah, there's Ninja. I haven't actually seen Ninja yet. I don't have the thing. I don't have a power-up. No! Ow. Oh, oh, there we go. I love this boss. I don't even care. Someone killed my bot. You gained 216 experience. Not that it matters. Your maturity went up by 5. Your eye sparkle went up by 2. Your kindness went up by 5. Your sincerity went up by 3. Your heroism went up by 5. Your friendship went up by 3. I mean, in this setting, friendship is probably literally a stat, yes. Whoops. No, come back, come back! Okay, whatever. Third area. This is where a lot of people's playthroughs of this game tend to fall apart. That's not a dig. It's just... The old tower is probably the most mazy and has some of the most hidden power-ups. Or not power-ups, treasures. And we're already missing treasure. So, hang on, let me... Yeah, this is a maze from hell. And it's completely optional, by the way. You can just leave. You just don't have to do the tower. Oh, absolutely, Kennex. Are you kidding me? Kirby will chop me and be like, I'm home! Do you need the treasure? No. There's no benefit for getting the treasure. It is purely for fun. That's another thing Sakurai is really big on in game design. That's true even as far as the most recent Air Riders. That's not a joke. He loves introducing stuff that is it's just for fun. There's no benefit to it. There's no requirement. You could go through the entire cave adventure and get 0 treasure and still beat the level. You don't have to get any of it. Kirby would be the strongest thing in most settings, I think, Mr. Red. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the stumps. Yeah, exactly, Cylladia. Why do you do it? Because it's fun. It's just a hallmark of his. Smash had a lot of that design, too, if you remember. Do you have to go do this optional minigame, or do you have to beat this extra mode, or do this little achievement thing? No. But you get a little figurine for it. Okay. Hang on, let me gather my thoughts really quick. I mean, Samus is just a ball of destruction. Literally, I suppose. Here we go. This is what I want. I'm looking at my notes on the levels just to remind myself of names and areas. And there's this wonderful note on the old tower which says, this entire section can be skipped. Which is not a joke. It's true. We could just leave. We could just go. Although, hang on. So we have 19 items right now, right? We're missing a bunch. We're missing a lot. What did we miss? Kirby would just look at X-Parasites and be like, boyo. And that would be it. Okay, there should be a pause menu for this. Hang on a sec. Nope, nope, nope. That's not it. No, no, come back, come back, come back, come back. Oh, it's right there. It's on the bottom. I see it. Oh, wow. I missed a lot. Did I miss, like, an entire area? I had to have. I got the glass slippers. Yep, uh-huh. I missed it. Where did I miss? Hang on, I'm curious of something. Hang on. Yeah, Kirby doesn't have DNA to be copied. So it doesn't do anything to him. Kirby's just like, oh, and the X-Parasite is like, rah. Kirby is an X-Parasite, but positive. There's an interesting thought. Boyo. I don't know. Is Kirby sapient? I don't know. An S-Parasite. Oh my god. Kirby lives in a setting which has legitimate eldritch horrors. Plural. And he's just like, boyo. I mean, that is Cthulhu's one weakness, after all. Oh, I didn't go through these doors. No wonder. I accidentally went the way forward. Sorry. Just... Oh, wait. No, stop. This is a surprisingly useful ability. So it's pretty much the same general concept as sword and hammer, but with much better range and reach. And you can attack up and down, and you can attack through things, as you can see. So I can do stuff like that. Yo-Yo is weirdly useful. It's also got a bit of a cool factor. But yeah, no, it's got great reach and great coverage. It is a legitimately useful power-up. You asked earlier if we had seen one of my favorites yet. This is the one I was thinking of. Bucket! No! Ow. I think it will, Chill Pangolin. Because, yeah, the Ninja Gaiden respawning in this game is really bad. So, Power Paintbrush. I'm not sure who that would be. Or what that would be a reference to. There's the $100 coin. I mean, I suppose it could be Canvas Curse, because I don't know if that's from the SNES one or the DS one. That's it. It's a reference to Expedition 33. 20 years earlier. So here's another power-up we haven't seen yet. Bombs! Bombs have a weird mechanic to them. So you can drop a bomb. throw bombs, but you could pull out, and then you could change your angle, but it's really quick. So it's really finicky. Yeah, bomb is probably the single simplest of the new abilities. The single simplest? No, that sounds right. That's right, I know everything. I control everything. With bombs. The thing with bombs is they're still useful. No! My precious treasure. Because there's still a nice big AoE damage explosion spot. Like, when the spot where it hits, it's a fairly large area. Oh, if I had the yo-yo still. And so they still hit a fairly large area, and they still have quite a bit of range. It's your basic ranged attack. Hold on, hold on. Let's grab a heal while we're here. Alright, what are we missing? We're missing a lot. Okay, so we have the goblet. Goblet, goblet, goblet. Goblet? Goblet. Okay, there's the goblet. Oh, that's the one I just failed to get. Okay, okay, so let's go back here. Oh, right, I wanted to go get Yo-Yo first. I will admit sometimes I'll have a companion be a certain ability just to kind of have it in reserve. Someone's actually asking recently which my favorite way is to reserve power-ups. I did not... Well, there's fire! Actually, you know what? This is among my favorite ways to reserve power-ups. It's just having a companion who is the power-up. Now, it's not perfect. They can still die, they can still lose it, and you can actually accidentally overwrite it with someone else's thing, but it's kind of a cool way to hold on to a power-up, right? By having the power-up just floating around helping you out. Okay, so this is a timing thing. Got it. Saucepan! 10... Oh, come on. A good saucepan is worth more than 10 gold. Come on. Also, my personal favorite song in here, by the way. In the offensive, I mean, not in the whole game. Brass knuckle. 20,000 gold for a brass knuckle. Amber Rose. I don't know what that's a reference to. Let's see. We're missing... missing 2 things here. 3 things, actually. Ah. Fish fossil. Beast fossil. Okay, so now we should just be missing the 1? 2, actually. We're doing good. Oh, hey, I can... Oh, I thought there was like a bit of lore for some of these. Oh, well. And yeah, totally a Pokemon reference there. Sorry, is that the yo-yo? Machine parts. Is that an Air Rider reference? Or Rider? I forget what the GameCube one was called. The original Superstar was 96 or 5? Hang on a sec. Hang on, hang on. 96. That's right. I was right. I was right. Because Dreamland 3 was 97. This was 2009, I think. Okay, so now... Hang on. 8? What? What? Ah, okay. 2008 and 9, depending on the region. That makes sense. It was really late in 2008. Fun fact, this game came out in the States before it came out in Japan. So hang on. So I'm missing... Oh, excuse me. Hang on, hang on. I am missing... whatever's after the mirror. Which is nothing? I guess I'm missing nothing. Huh. Double checking. Yeah, there's the brush. Yeah, there's the bucket. Ah, tell me about it, silly idea. No, yeah, that's apparently it. Okay, cool. Okay, well, hang on. Let me jot down some notes before I move on. Sorry, I just saw a little thing. Kirby beats the poor puppet to death. Okay, so the old tower. So we're actually at 100% so far. And we're about to lose that. The tower is... It's a big one. Alright, I should heal before I make this run. I love how the fire guy, what's his name, Burning Leo, rolls. So it looks like he's headbanging as he moves around. Sorry, Yo-Yo's just so good. Well, this was September in the States, Baron. So when did Platinum come out in the States? Let's track it that way. Yeah, I have feet, but why would I use them when I've got a mane of hair? I also do like how the bosses don't respawn. I know that sounds like a minor thing to call attention to, but honestly, I could see a worse game making the bosses respawn every frickin' time you go through there. Okay, the tower. Let's pop a save down here before we move any further. That was better than 2010. Heyo! Okay, so that's the fire area. Is this where I want to start? I'm not even sure. Sorry, I was making a joke because we just recently played Lufia 2R, which is a DS game, which came out in 2010. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know what they were thinking with that stupid game. Okay, here we go. Star Tiara. We're just getting mulched over here. Don't mind me. I don't know, is it just me? Am I the only one who likes the flavor of the different health ups? They're all basically the same thing mechanically, it's just a visual thing. Oh yeah, speaking of, sorry, I was actually thinking about this yesterday when we were playing Dreamland 3. Superstar is the first game I think might qualify for a viscerality positive for a Kirby game. Not the last, but I mean, some of these attacks are pretty cool. And have some good audio and visual design to them. Thoughts? I feel like I need to go back down. Yeah, I do. Hang on. Like, they figured out how to do the nice deep bassy for several of the attacks. And the moment I get the microphone, I'll show that off too. Probably in the Dynablade thing, I think. Hey, random. That would be even cooler, Chill Penguin. Like, a little bit of flavor lore, right? Each area has its own... oh, I need the hammer! Oh, I need the hammer. Okay, I mean, if you really think about it, copy abilities were still in their infancy before this game came out. And I'm not saying that to be insulting. Like, think about it. So the first game didn't have them at all. Adventure... Oh, Stone. That's a good one. Adventure added them. So it was like the first time they ever had copy abilities. So they were neat, but mostly cute. And a lot of redundancies. Dreamland 2 tried to use the animals and kind of failed. Dreamland 3 used the animals and did a better job of it. But it was still mostly the animals' abilities. So this is kind of our first game where they've really been able to stretch with the copy abilities. Where was that gorilla? We fought a gorilla recently. Yeah, I think he's slowly falling asleep on me, Dakota. Is it well, maybe not. Maybe it's just his blinks are getting slower. Maybe there's some randomness to it. I don't know. I know nothing. Alright, why don't we just keep an eye out for a hammer or a stone and just progress for right now. Yeah, that's a good way to put this. This is the Gen 2 of Kirby games. Which is funny, because this is the, I believe, the 4th Kirby game? Not counting the Gaiden games. In which case, it's like the 9th, I want to say. Why are the coconuts explosive? I mean, fair, Baron. Unicorn horn. Look, I just needed a little bit of its blood, okay? Just a little. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna take mirror. It's no yo-yo, but it can still shoot through walls. Hey! Okay, I can work with that. I'm going to actually deliberately not summon a copy person so they don't set that off by accident. I'm not sure if it was me or them who did it, and I don't care. Hi, Loner. Ah, no, 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 no. Stupid illusionists. Okay. Take 2. Give me your power. There we go. What was that, Mr. Red? Is it something horrible? It's something horrible, isn't it? To my knowledge, food doesn't despawn. Power-ups do. Let's just watch. Hang on, let's just watch. As much as I desperately need that food. Well, I was gonna wait. Jesus. Anyways, Hammer. I haven't actually shown off Hammer yet, but Hammer is extremely good. Ignore the obvious fact that it's useful for puzzles. Decent range, but really good at air. Like, it's great for staying mobile in the air, because it just hits everything. Also hits like a truck. I swear this and bomb do the most damage. I don't have proof of that. I'm probably wrong. I probably don't care, because it certainly feels like they do the most damage. Hey, okay. Yeah, the up attack is kind of silly useful. There's just too many situations where you can sit under a boss and just smack up at them. And basically be fine, because you're out of their range. So you just be like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And it looks like I can't show off. Nah, I'll have to do it near an enemy. Who sets me on fire immediately? Back. No? Hang on. Nope. Warrior Shield. Oh, 100% Archbrews. Each Kirby game so far has gotten positives from mid-mission checkpointing, because they've been pretty solid so far. You killed the bot! No! Well, shoot. Yeah, aside from Dreamland 2. Who did kill the bot? Who was it? Who was the Moira? Let's see... It was Baron! It really was. You were asking about which was my favorite copy ability. And that's what killed it. The question was too much. Checkpointing. Look that up here. And I should jot down the respawn problem. Okay. Almost every task I've ever seen of these games just absolutely abuses the heck out of the roulette thing, where you just absorb 2 people and then pick whatever you want. Which is almost always plasma. Hang on, before we go back, let's go forward. What did that do? Oh, hey. 3-star cane? The heck is that? Oh, alright, whatever. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I am now dead. Damn it. This freaking tower. I mean, honestly, if there's any level in this entire game that might deserve a level negative, it's the frickin' tower. So it's the Star Rod equivalent. Got it. Well, that worked. Jeez Louise. Let's go fight Meta Knight's goons. Who are now robots, apparently. Here, take this. Game! Oh, I can't quite reach that. Meta Kirby. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Broken bowl. Sweet. Okay, so I'm missing the 2 from down there. Which I know where they are. One downside of the AI is they do not know how to dodge certain things, like when the walls are made of lava. Tut's mask. What is that doing here? Here, come here. Yeah, spikes, that's another big one. They just do not know how to handle a lot of terrain damage. I just straight up lost. Alright, whatever. We'll be a parasol for now. Parasol. We haven't shown that one off yet. So we've got the swing, the shield, the drill, the dive, the throw, the drift, the stall, the other drill, and the parasol dive. Right, so one of the benefits of the parasol, I actually forgot about this, is it's one of the very few abilities that actually works, oh, hello, outside of, underwater. So you can actually keep a weapon underwater. You can also do stuff like that with the parasol. Thank you. Alright, take two with this nonsense. Why is this so far underground? Oh my god. Can I even breathe at this depth? Does Kirby breathe? You know what? Fair point. But see, I actually still have my attack underwater. That's what I was referencing earlier. Which on some levels is really useful. Gotta be very careful here. Don't feel like dying and doing this all over again. What? Okay, so to explain what just happened there... The dude warped to me, grabbed my legs, which increases the drag on your jump. Which means I suddenly wasn't jumping at the right rate anymore. Hi, Walker. No, I still had the pattern, I was still doing the right jumps at the right inputs, and he was just like, no, listen. Screw you. Yeah, I'm just gonna be a lead weight on your ankles for a bit. Is that cool? Jackass. I'm getting whatever stupid treasures. It's just 2 treasures, I'm pretty sure. But it is kind of all or nothing, so... There's a bunch of healing items here. Before I go lose them all. So I was just debating if there's any way to hold on to the hammer in case of death. I don't think there is. I'm also getting low on lives. It's another issue. What if he just, like, opens his mouth and then, like, floats towards you, Chill Pangolin? And you're just like, ah! And it's, like, much slower than usual, so it's much more horrifying. I am going to indulge in a save state here. Just because I'm curious. I'm ready for it this time. Yeah, did you see that little hunk? That's what killed me, right there. That hunk. Yeah, this whole section is fully optional. Okay. Koopa shell! I can't possibly imagine what that's a reference to. Oh, if this is mandatory, it'd be much worse. So we finally get to show a fire a little bit. And that's fire. What is that? That's a 1-up or something. Okay. Going down here. I like when we put on the hard hat when we're in the cannon. Always have your safety hat on. So we have the Koopa shell, which means what we're missing is the sword. Yeah, safety first. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was about to say, I'm not sure how to do this. So we'll pop a save just in case. Come here, Leo. Thank you. Why did you have to... Okay. Ooh, look. Turkey or chicken? And a cola. Glug, glug, glug. The Falchion. That's got to be a Fire Emblem reference. Right? That's Fire Emblem, I think. It's actually been a minute. And I think we're actually done down here now. Yes. Okay. Woo! Get the heck out of here. Don't mind me. Double fire. You know, as much as I think there's some issues with the tower, I do have to admit there's still some solid design here. Almost every area is designed to be approached from two separate angles, going through or coming back, which makes sense, because that's the whole nature of the entire zone, right? Still irritating, not gonna lie. But, let's hit the second area, shall we? Oh, come on, I should be immune to flames. Come on. He should be immune to flames, at least. Oh, that was a mic. I'm so stupid. No, the mic. The mic. Give me the mic. Give me the mic. So, they changed the mic slightly. So you still have the 3 moves, so you can still do that. And you can still do this. Now, in the original, in the SNES version, the 3rd one was actually voiced by Sakurai himself. In this version, it is not. I like the original one better. In fact, let me see if I can find a thing for that really quick, just so you can hear it. Hang on. He's saying Chesto. I don't actually know what that means. So there's 1. And... there you go. And that was Sakurai, the 3rd one there. Whoops. So this is actually a really cool area, I think. You can see the challenge immediately, right? Avoid getting the... So, this is so ahead of its time. I've seen challenge areas designed around this concept in, like, the 20-teens. The idea is, something that would normally be a good thing is now an obstacle. So, avoid the power-up, right? These are Mr. Saturn. It's a wonderful inversion. It's very simple. It's just, I love the cleverness of it. Because the moment you hit the power-up, it activates, and sleep immediately puts you to sleep. That's it. I just wanted to comment on it. Very, very minor thing. Also wipes whatever you currently had while we're on the subject. Mike, could you piss off, please? You see, his name's Mike because he's... Anyways. I think I missed one. Treasure box. Just the box. Oh, I don't remember which module it was. I was playing a D&D module. Oh, okay. Muscular. I was playing a D&D module with some friends. And at one point we got to the end of the dungeon, and this is another one of those just like fun little pseudo subversion things. But we got the reward at the end of the dungeon was a chest. And we're like, yes, open it up, let's see what's inside. It was junk, right? It was just complete garbage. Nothing interesting. The chest itself, however, was one of those magically enchanted chests, which shrinks, so you can put it in your pocket, and it takes everything with it, because it's a pocket dimension. No pun intended. The chest itself was worth tens of thousands of gold, and of course just very useful besides. So that was a reward. A chest. You know what? Honestly. No, come on. Take it. Take it. Take the bomb. There you go. I will take... We haven't shut up Ninja yet. I don't like Ninja that much. Yeah, reward. An inventory window. It's not even really a joke. We should do that in like a video game at some point. Maybe? I don't remember. I'm not thinking of anything where Kirby has shown up as a cameo, but surely he has. Surely. Anyway, so this is Ninja. It sucks. You've got a dashing attack. You've got your rapid fire shoots. Good range, but eh. Not my cup of tea. Let's just become a bird. Bird power. Ah! Save you, my friend, at the cost of my power. I will give you what's left of my levels, so that you might live. Oops. No, 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 wait, wait, wait. I hit the wrong button. Especially considering it plays for the old tower, which is probably the largest part of the entire game, I think. Like, each section has its own music, and then you spend a bajillion years here in the old tower. Why? Why, game? So there's the sun ring. I'm missing a bunch of stuff. My god. That really quick. In my defense, I suck. So I do apologize for taking so long. Here's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Leo. Thanks. Appreciate you, buddy. Damn it! Stop murdering everything, Leo! There we go, okay. Maybe? Yep, okay, I thought so. See, unlike some other Kirby games I can mention, if there's a puzzle, you generally have access to the means to do it either within the room it's in, or like one room adjacent. Leo, stop, please. Leo, my boogie, my boogie. Here. Is that all of them? That might be all of them. Oh, I missed one. How about now? That actually makes a weird amount of sense, Dakota. That way you could save puzzle progress and the like. The 4.7 million goal, by the way. I think it's just a race. Which we're not going to make. There's no way. There's no way. But, like, why? Do we need them all to be lit, then? No, that can't be right. What's the point of it? Hi, Rax. Good, morning? Evening? I don't know where your schedule's at this point in time. Yeah, let's try one more thing before we move on from this. Here, have some life. Here, come here, come here. Come here. Come here. Okay, fine. I bring you new life. No, but I am glad that the Chiefs didn't make it. Always glad to hear that the Chiefs suck. Okay, so we're just back here. Alright, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Ah! Can you cut down here? Here. Cut these, please. Maybe? Okay. Ah! Start it. Also, this is a horribly mean room. Look at that. Look at that room. Look at that room. And dead. See, we got the skull. That is a mean room. And I'm almost out of lives. Well, we got the mannequin. We got the power-up. Okay. Stone. Where's the nearest source of stone? Maybe someday, Friscoborn. If the viewers will it. It's part of the Kirby block, too, to be slightly less esoteric. Oh, stone! 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 So I haven't shown off stone yet, it just occurred to me. Oh, come on, let me in, let me in. So, as you can see, stone allows you to change, or dash, or do it in the air. And that's actually it. There's nothing to stone. Stone is like bomb. There's no depth here. No, what they did was they added a bunch of statues for stone. And when I say a bunch, I mean, I don't remember the number. It is a lot. And some of which are extremely rare. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen the, whatcha-fig. God, the Atlas, I think it's called, statue. Could you deal with that, please? Thank you. There we go. That's unkind, game. Well, let's see what happens when we hit continue. Okay, so I don't think we lost any progress. In fact, yep, I still have the mannequin. I was gonna be mad. Almost turned him into the ninja by accident. Ooh, corn. I love corn. I could eat corn every day. That's actually not a joke. I shouldn't joke about that, because I totally could. I made a version of chili once, which was just a tremendous amount of corn. Obviously, there was other stuff, too, but there was just a lot of corn in it. And my brother-in-law said, every now and again, you wake up one day and you realize, I just really want spiced corn. So now that I know that my ability will kill me instantly, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Oh, hello. Anything down below? No. Anything above? I've done that too, Mr. Red. Although I'm not as much of a fan of it, for obvious reasons. You gotta have the meat. Come on, come on. What is chili without meat? Come here, have some health. Have some health? No, I was too low. I was too slow. Oh no, I need to have stone again, don't I? Oh, I do. Oh, that's a... Okay, I need to go get stone again. But it's so good, Spartan. I mean, humans aren't supposed to eat candy either, but I don't even care. I'm having candy. This is your life now. Have some corn. Speaking of. Down! Kirby's like, no! I don't want to go down. I thought corn had some dietary value. I mean, granted, most things have some dietary value, so I guess that's not saying much. Corn syrup can go to hell. Ugh. Hey, it's the super rare one. That's not even a joke. I've never seen this one. Check it out. There's an even rarer one, which I also have not seen. I don't even remember what it is off the top of my head. Okay, so the goal here is just to get it to the end of the bridge while retaining stone. I need to stay stoned. Oh, jeez. Gold crown, 528,000 gold. Okay, what am I missing? I am missing the cape and the ship. Oh, okay. Alright. So I need to retain stone. This is gonna. I'm not sure how to do this. Whoa. Okay, I immediately lose stone. That's great. Unless that might work out. Yeah, I don't know what that's. Okay, this is. Okay, so this is where I need stone in. Cool. Okay, so let's get rid of this. I'm also going to need cutter or ninja. Yo-Yo's amazing. What are you talking about? Yo-Yo is baller. Okay, so there's ninja. I'll offload that to you. I love how the ninja is called Biospark, by the way. I don't know what that means or is a reference to, but the ninja's called Biospark. I don't know. Don't look at me. As a reminder, by the way, all this stuff we're doing in the tower, all this stuff in the tower is optional. All of it. You can just go through the boss and leave. Hugging, by the way. Briscoeborn. We're hugging. See? Hug. It's like, okay, I got you, fam. Speaking of. There we go. Okay, so cut this, please. Come on. Over here, over here. There we go. Okay. This is a room. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. No! 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 There we go. Got it. King's Cape. Woo! That's... ah! 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 Yeah. We got it, though. Yeah, worth a lot, by the way. It is DD's Cape, but it's also worth 508,000 gold. Okay, so I need the ability to move quickly. What do we have around here that'll enable me to do that? If anything. God. Way too slow. I am glad you're voting, Spartan. And I don't disagree with you. Of course, it's not my place to do so. That's not my vote, that's your vote. I got my own vote. Okay, I'm gonna look up a tip for this, because this... I don't know how I'm supposed to get this switch and get up there quickly enough. So, let's see here. Wow, this is almost the last treasure in here. In fact, this is the last treasure in here. This is the only one I'm missing. Oh, it was awful. I thought the Gothic stream was pretty solid, but good God, playing it was miserable. Kind of got used to it, right? Like, after a while, you got used to the controls, but holy shkamoly, that first day was just... Ugh. Okay, how get... Yes, the controls were the least... I agree with that. That game. It was a fun game. It was a fun stream, but... Oof, would not have enjoyed that as much if I was doing it solo. I don't remember off the top of my head, Spartan. Okay, how am I supposed to do this quickly enough? That's odd. Which is funny, because there's no timer on it, Triaxia. The music is very high tempo. I'll actually agree with that. Great. Well, I think it's great. Even though we've been listening to the song for a while. Don't worry, we really are almost done, I swear. Alright, come here, Leo. Come here. Okay, I know there's a way to do this. Nope. I don't remember how to do it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Okay. Hang on, let's look up a YouTube of this. Give me a sec. I do enjoy ranked choicing. Yes. Can confirm. Okay, so let's see how he does this. That's... what? He doesn't even do it. God, that's worthless. Alright, there's a YouTube video that shows where the door is, which I already know. And then shows the guy failing at getting it. Then there's an edit until he actually gets it. And it's like... thanks, dude. Here, I know. I'm sorry. You're probably tired of me. Sorry. Let me just chop that off there really quick. Because I'm trying to figure out how the hell to get this treasure. Here, have something a little bit more appropriate to Kirby. Yep, nope, this is just Kirby. Okay. So, the big tip everyone's saying to do doesn't actually apply to this version of the game. Okay, so left this time? Doesn't know if there's a billion enemies in here. God, the enemy spam. Oh. Okay. Ah! Okay, that was close. No! No! I was right there. And I'm running out of health. This is awful. Oh my god. Model ship. Okay, that is every treasure here. I didn't think we were gonna get that. Whee. So that's the old tower. Completely optional. But we did it. We swept. So who's ready to have any other song? Okay, why are we killing the person who's just cleaning the tracks? And sleep... okay, in fairness, sleeping on the tracks, that's kind of on you, because you're sleeping on the tracks. So as much as the old tower is obviously the old tower, the part that used to give me the most trouble was this area. We'll see how we do. Let's see, do I need anything in particular? Yes, I'm gonna need jet. Perfect. But I'm gonna need jet. There we go. Okay, that'll do. I'll take that. Okay. No! God, I remember this exact treasure. Don't remember how to get it, though. Listen, it's really windy, Moog. Like, really, really windy. You don't even know. God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. Right, hold up. Hold up. So you're supposed to use one of these three things to do it. The guide literally says use any of the three abilities. which means there's probably a way to use any of them. Okay. Well, I was trying Jet. That didn't go anywhere. Hang on. Let's even find something else about this. Okay, so Katana. Oh, okay, let's... I mean, I'm almost positive when I did this, I used the jet, too. God. I have distinct memories of doing this co-op on the DS version with a friend and just being stuck here for like half an hour. Hey, Nordame, how do you get height? Oh, I see what you're saying. Although that doesn't seem to be helping. Oh my god. Well, I've gotten onto the platform several times. There we go. So that's how you do it, Ninja. Jesus. That's it. Screw that noise. Oh my god. Yeah, if it's not obvious, I didn't do 100% runs of the Great Cave Offensive on replays very often. Because some of these are miserable. Gold watering can. Because, you know, we need to be as ostentatious as possible. Okay, so now that we got the winter as well as the katana, we can move on. Now we just ignore this room. Screw this crap. Oh, yeah. Well, let's get a save in. Well, let's start on the left. Like you do. Left for loot. This might be some of the closest to good sprite work I've seen so far, too. And by sprite work, I mean brickwork. Excuse me. Let me use my own terminology correctly here. Ah! Ah! Wait! 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 Listen, I need your power. I'm so sorry, my good companion. Behold! I claim your power. There we go. Okay, so we need the bottom. Here, you can live again. It's okay, I'm Kirby. I'm not gonna keep him dead. Come on. I think this is the one where I need... Nope, I'm wrong. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna need this one. I suppose I should do this now. Quickly, quickly. There we go. Okay, so, hang on. So, not the bottom one. That's actually pretty simple. There, full there. Oh my god, this thing is so finicky. There we go, there we go. Christmas tree! 40,000 gold! That sounds about right for a Christmas tree. Especially nowadays. Well, shoot, that's actually not what I wanted. Whatever, it'll work out. You got a tree. There we go. Left. Yes, perfect. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kong's barrel. Don't let him know. He might go bonanza. What'd I get? What'd I skip? I did skip one. Yeah, let's rewind a bit. I could also use some healing. That's good lord. Ah! You know, let's get a full heal. Screw it. Screw it. I just noticed this guy's name is Capsule J2. Dude, especially with like the eating mechanic, and so each power-up would have different ways it can interact with the terrain, you know? I haven't played enough of Forgotten Land to really have an opinion on it, unfortunately. I mean, what I played was amazing, I can't wait to play more, but that's about all I got. Charm. If it's not obvious, Bird is also faster than, like, every other option, unless it's a straight line, in which case Wheel is obviously a bit faster. Yeah, I like Superstar, I like Adventure, you know, I like several of the older games, obviously. But the newer games just kinda crush it, you know? Star Allies, Robobot, and Forgotten Land is a hell of a power trio. And then you've got, like, Return to Dreamland in there, too, which was pretty damn solid. Okay. What am I missing? Very little. We're almost done. Okay, so... Okay, we got this. We got this. All we need is to not take damage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Tell you what, you catch up on Kirby, I'll catch up on Sonic. We'll be in the middle. Well, my companion's looking kind of worse for wear there, so come on up here. Full heal, and I get my bird back. There's a plasma, but nobody likes plasma. Let's try over here first, actually. Yeah, this one. I mean, is there anything here other than that? Did you finish some paperworky stuff, Kenixcow? I can't even do my taxes yet. It irritates me every year. They don't even allow you to file taxes if you're self-employed until February. Frustrates the crap out of me. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm good to go. Can I file my taxes, please? Shiny bamboo. I missed one. Hang on. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. We're good, we're good, we're good. I think that's everything in here. Hang on, hang on. Did we already check over there? I'm pretty sure we did. Technically, I could do all the hard part, right? And just get all the paperworky side of it done. But I can't file it until February. U.S. tax system is a joke. Spirit Charm. I missed one. I don't know, Kitten Fan. Rax, have you ever actually sat down and played Project 06? Yeah, I file online. There's not really any other option at this point, Magister. Let's see. Oh, I see it, I think. Yeah, here it is. I mean, if you want to kill me, Mr. Red, which I know you do, because that is your thing. Hell. Okay. Come on. Come on. But it doesn't jump at all. It literally isn't jumping. So this is the jump button, which is the brake button, as you can see, because it's slowing me down. See? Dash and repeatedly turn to do a turn jump. Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that anyways. So we'll do this the other way. But okay, I'm just going to miss horribly because I suck at everything. There. Tire! Thanks. Thanks, game. I think you're right, Kitten Fan, because you saw I was trying to do the same damn thing. Like, why can't I jump? Okay, so that's everything over here. Whee! Grab a save while we're here. Okay, let's do this. It's time for the extremely hard stuff. I'm kidding. We're fine. We're fine. Sorry, let's just try to kill him. Ooh. Hey, Nino Chart. Nino Chart? Hi. Either way. However I mispronounce your name. Hi. I feel like the timing is just a little bit off of these. It's strange. Raccoon Doll. I too liked Mario 3. No, wait, no! It's okay, whatever. By the way, this is unironically the best power set in the game. Not the wheelie. Riding your partner who has the wheelie. It's actually Wheelie Rider, specifically, and it is overpowered as hell. Do I have to be cute or badass? Ooh. Oh, that's tough. Because I like both. I even like cute badasses. We're playing as one, actually. But if I had to pick... I feel like if you put a gun to my head, I'd lean towards badass. Oh, right. You asked that on YouTube. I even meant to link it to you. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. God, YouTube search engine is so terrible now. Just the worst. don't even know why I tried that. You know, I get some negative comments pretty frequently on YouTube. So while I pulled up my YouTube channel here just to pull this up, I noticed I had a comment there. It's a new comment, which is someone who called me garbage 4 times in a row. Just to make sure that I absolutely understood that I am, in fact, garbage. There it is. Oh, I'd totally be a Trubbish. 100%. There we go. There you go. There's a link right to it. To the playlist in order. Ah, alright. Listen. That guy said something I disagree with. Screw him. I have to constantly remind myself, and I suppose everyone else as well, that I actually have a universally, like, very positive comment section, especially compared to other people's YouTubes. Show whistle. For example, I had a comment just recently, which was asking me, which was on the Paper Mario 2R stream, which said, and I quote, "I will never understand why this man isn't more famous." Just as a reminder, I do get positive comments too. Okay, so I got that. We're only missing, I think, 3 items total, and I am correct. Okay, so I need a yo-yo or something similar. Ah! That's actually an interesting question. What kind of Pokemon would I be? Other than that. Other than Trubbish, obviously. Well, no, you're right. The reason I'm not famous is because I don't play the game. And I won't. Because it's horror. It is. It's a horror game. I might need Parasol for this, actually. Oh, no, I get super buried by YouTube. If you go look for World of Lorecraft, which is an entire series I did, which is named World of Lorecraft, word for word, you will find a few other people before you find me. Ah! What the hell, dude? Uh-oh. I have no power up. No! Aw. Oh god, I would never want to be like Mr. Beast. Talk about someone who demonstrably makes the world a worse place. Good lord. So this is the suplex, which is extremely overpowered, and I believe has the most moves in the entire game. That's next, Kitten Fan. So the basic attack is just to grab. Once you've grabbed him, you can do all kinds of stuff. Which I'll show off in a minute, because I want to grab that cutter that he just killed. Yeah, no one sane would want to be like Mr. Beast. That's a good way to phrase that. There we go. Okay, I wasn't sure where the cutter went. I'm not sure I could hit that from here. I think you're right. I think we need Crash. Fortunately, there are a few in this room, because this is a more modern Kirby game, so the solution is right there. Instead of having to go to another stage and bringing an enemy from an outside stage into the area. Ooh, Orichalcum. 2 items left. Oh yeah, Frost is made way better, by the way. It was already pretty good, but oof. There we go. No! Betrayed. It's the one I didn't want to hit. It's literally the one I didn't want to hit. Oh, I can't. Okay, I think I know what it wants me to do. There we go. If you're wondering, none of the other modes are nearly this long. This is the longest mode by quite a margin. For anybody who's bored of this. I do apologize for taking so long to get everything. So another clever thing. You don't want to go down onto a thing, so yeah, you get it. Oh, come on! You found the Triforce. And that's everything. That's all the items. 10 million gold. Now to sell the Triforce. Hey, anybody want to buy a Triforce? Ow. Double ow. Also, obligatory Andros fight. Where did that come from? Oh, okay. It's sure, whatever. I didn't even know that could happen. He saw what was coming. He knew. And here's the end. Or the beginning, depending how you look at it. Why the 3D? It's such a weird choice. Hmm. Well, yeah. Why would Kirby need the Triforce? So I was just reading up on some unlock requirements here. No, it's a pre-rendered. Everything here's pre-rendered. Oh God, Blade Toll, I'm ready. If it's that freaking monkey, I just want you to know. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something horrible, I'm sure. Frickin' monkey. Listen, this Ganondorf dude is loaded, okay? Kangaskhan. You know what? I could see that. $60 of 60. All the monies. I like the idea that Kirby just goes looking for treasure. And I was like, well, that was fun. And then just, like, puts it all back or whatever. It's like, well, I had my fun. Bye. Don't you want to keep any of that? No. Like, why would I keep it? What? Okay. Swept that. Which means now it's time for Dynablade, I think? Yes. See you around, Blue Fusion Bolt. So Dynablade is kind of a more traditional thing. So Spring Breeze was based off the original Dreamland. Dynablade is based off of Adventure, the NES one. Oh my god. Those poor flowers. And trees? Sorry, 1 second. Gosh darn it. I got a couple more seconds. Oh god. Alright, Mr. Kirby, we need to look over your finances. Pollo! Yes, yes, Pollo indeed. So, listen, I need to tell you, you've been burning a fairly large amount of money on, everything, actually. Is there any chance I could get you to not do that? Pollo! Pollo! I see. Cool, why don't we have a compromise? You stop constantly burning money, and I won't have an aneurysm. Pollo! And now we're playing Super Mario Bros. 2, as you can see. So as we see, it's a little bit easier than what we were just doing. In fairness, you're supposed to do the second. That's also why this stage is kind of a second tutorial. You notice they give us plenty of opportunities to play around with copy abilities, and plenty of copy abilities to grab here. And plenty of places where you could use it. Like that. I don't know what you mean by all the games, but either way, the answer is probably not. Because either you mean, am I doing every Kirby game, in which case, no. Or am I doing all the games in this mode, in which case the answer is still no. PFR still applies, as it always does. And some of the super ridiculously no really hard stuff is stuff I've never done. Like True Arena comes to mind. We're probably not doing True Arena. Well, yeah, Mad Overlord, obviously. They have been purified in the fires of Mount Poyo. And again, literally just putting a power up here. Sword, too, which is a really good one. I don't think I'll do King's Revenge. We'll poke at it, but I don't think I'll actually do it. I might not do the Meta Knight mode. I haven't decided about that yet. That's a chonker. And it's mostly just repeat content. Like, it's just play through the game as Meta Knight is really what that is. Neat, but not really worthy of playing the whole game a second time. So my first thought is, and I've actually mentioned this already before, DOS 2, as terms of format and style, right? So each of the copy abilities is something that you can use or gain and kind of bank. And then kind of put together your build as a consequence of, oh jeez, terrible. Hang on, 1 second. I need to be keeping up on this. There we go. And also, like, terrain. I'm really big on terrain mattering, and I like the idea of that kind of a turn-based, tactics-y kind of a game, like DOS 2. What's the fun of that? I don't actually know what else to add to that. Like, I guess the rest of it just kind of feels self-apparent. Unless you mean actual specifics, which, I mean, obviously I don't have specifics off the top of my head. I would probably include a mechanic similar to what we have in this game, where you have the option to decide if you want to gain an ability or gain a partner. And I would probably have different types of partners. I would have different concepts. There would be temporary partners, which would be functionally summons, and they'd only be out for like a round or two. And that's the kind of thing you just do on the fly. Just, yep. That's strange. And then there would be more permanent partners, which you could actually level up and give their own abilities and whatnot. If we want to stay on brand, we could probably make the more permanent partner just Waddle Dee with a banana. And then make him have his own ability set, which you give him based on what you absorb as far as copy abilities. And at that point, some of the strategy becomes... some of the challenge, if you will, becomes not killing enemies, but rather defeating them in a way that you could absorb their abilities to give to yourself or to your Waddle Dee. God, it's an old video at this point, Dr. Winter. I think it was like 3 places ago now. I don't know, it's been a minute. Oh, those poor sleeping Kerbos. I'm sorry, Kerbos. Well, again, to keep going back to DOS 2, I was thinking DOS 2 style. Manually crafted terrain. Let's actually do this. Here, take this. Eat. 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 There you go. Dead. Thanks for the assist there. No! I just got that! Oh, that's cute. Blue Mage, and yes, Dr. Winter. Kirby's totally a Blue Mage. Like, straight up. I'm in my 40s, Alejandro. Oh my god, we just destroyed that castle. Why did we do that? Why are we so evil? Ah, terrible, terrible. Yeah, I have baby face. But yes, I enjoy the Kirby series for what it is. Always have. Since I think Adventure was my first games. So I didn't start with Dreamland. The first Kirby game I really enjoyed was the SNES version of the one you're looking at right now. That's true, Mad Overlord. We can rebuild an entire city twice in days. Yeah, the roaming boss fights are just there for the power-ups. Which is another interesting idea for the RPG. Actually, I believe that is correct to go to. Hang on 1 second. Thank you. Did someone kill my bot again? Why does people keep killing my bot? Why y'all kill my bot? Killing my poor bot. That's true, Mad Overlord. Whoops. I did not mean to hit that button. Yeah, it did literally nothing. Uh-oh. We have unleashed the monsters. You know, I should do this stage like this. I wouldn't recommend it, though. It's kind of slow. Yeah, there were only 2 deaths in that entire game. Nah, 3, I guess. I think we can do this. No! We could not, in fact, do that. Oh well. Oh, hang on, Dr. Winter. Give me 1 sec. Okay, we're good, we're good. Ahem. Which Final Fantasy would benefit from Kirby's presence the most? That's an interesting question. Narratively or gameplay-wise? Darkest Dungeon, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Rogue Trader. And thank you, Dr. Winter. As always. That's also a good question. How is Kirby being included? Super optional boss? Oh no. No. So, Kirby's introduced to Final Fantasy VI, and for the first time in his life, Kefka feels. And that could either be like really sweet or terrible, depending on how we wanted to play that. I love how you skate around when you're dashing as Ice Kirby. Little animation details like that are always fun. So there's one FF6 rando which I like, and then like 3 that I hate. I have never had a chance to actually play a full playthrough of the one I like, though. So we actually have precedence for doing randos on camera, and I plan to add that as a dealer's choice someday so I can finally get a chance to try it out. And dead. So, oh god. I don't remember the one that I think is actually worth a damn. Give me a second. Damn. I suck. I suck. I think Worlds Collide is the one I want. Or the one I like. Yes. That's the one. So, for those of you not aware, there's 2 styles of randomizers. I've never learned the proper term for them, assuming they even have a proper term. But there's randomizers which just change up the stuff. Most Pokemon randomizers fall into that. And then there's randomizers which is more like the Zelda or Metroid randomizers, where you have to get key items in order to progress. I usually hear them referred to as open world randomizers. I have no interest in the former, but I love open world randomizers because they challenge your knowledge and skill of the game. And it's all about like routing and figuring out on the fly what you can do when and where. Worlds Collide is the open world one for FF6. So there's my recommendation there. Notes. The final boss of the whole game? We're probably not going to beat the game today. In fact, I'd be shocked if we beat the game today. There's a decent amount of content here, even though I'm not doing all of it. I know, right, Blade12? You get why, though, right? Because we say open world. What it really means is Metroidvania. It turns Zelda LTTP, or Final Fantasy IV, or Final Fantasy VI, or Ori and the Blind Forest into a Metroidvania. And I realize how weird that sounds, considering one of those is a Metroidvania. But you get my point. It restructures the game, and I like that. End statement. Congrats, Overlord. I assume that's something you desire. So that would hypothetically be a good thing. Why is there just watermelon in a waterfall? I get it. I mean, I know several coffee aficionados who don't drink what... How do I explain this? I know some people drink way too much coffee. Let's just phrase that sentence that way. No, that was real. I realized mid-sentence why there were watermelons in the waterfall. Didn't even occur to me. There we go. Seriously? By the way, did you notice we can't destroy our own power-ups with stars now? So that's nice. We're probably going to need them when we get to the harder stuff, which is one of the reasons I've been stockpiling them to go to. I don't think we'll have too many issues with most of the basic stuff, but Milky Way can get rough. And, Revenge of Meta Knight. I used to play the snot out of Freelancer. In fact, I will go ahead and credit myself for calling that entire genre Freelancer. That's just named after Freelancer. What's really sad, I've kind of held Freelancer on a bit of a pedestal for a long time, but the problem is, and I don't mean any insult to this to Rax or anybody else who likes that game, it's not that good. Oh, don't mistake me, it's unique and it's fun, and I had a ton of fun with it. But it is a very, very flawed game. Yeah, exactly. It's the option. It's the Freelancer game. There are not that... We have played one Freelancer game so far on show, and it's that Sid Meier's Pirates game, which was a Freelancer game. I've been looking for a good modern Freelancer action for decades at this point. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever found one that I really feel like is truly a great successor to the original. Now, having said that, there were a couple that caught my eye. So I tried one of the X's. I'm going to be honest and admit I don't remember which. I was really underwhelmed by whichever one it was. There was another one. Evocron Mercenaries, that's it. I tried that. I was really unimpressed with that one. There was one I did actually like, and I can never remember the name. It's like Dark Reign or something like that. Dark something. Endless Reign of Dark Doom, Death Doom. Darkstar 1. I knew the word dark. I knew the word dark was in there. So I played Darkstar 1. I actually liked Darkstar 1. It was still pretty problematic, but it felt like a modern, at the time, a modern Freelancer. And I played that one all the way to completion. I also enjoyed Rebel Galaxy. The biggest problem Rebel Galaxy had was it was grindy as hell. And other than that, it was pretty enjoyable. And I just cheated in a bunch of money to skip the grind. But there is one I've really been wanting to try out that I haven't had. Sorry. Weird email there. That I haven't got a chance to play. And it's the one that just came out like last year or the year before. It's very recent. I've already bought it. I think it's the Spaceborne one you just mentioned. Ugh, terrible. Yeah, I'm not touching Star Citizen with a 10-foot pole. That's just carbo. I'm sorry. It is Spaceborne 2. Okay, that's what I thought. Because you mentioned that, and I was like, that sounds like it. I played the demo of Spaceborne 2 and was sufficiently impressed to put it on my mental, I want to try it someday list. So hopefully I'll be streaming it someday. I don't know. This might be the year of Dealer's Choice. We might be there, everyone. We're playing Dealer's Choice games right now. Can you believe it? It's been 5 years. What? Hang on a second. I mean, we'll have a second shift, obviously, Talia. It is about my lunchtime, though. But let's see if we can beat Dynablade first. Dynablade's Nest. This is it. As we ascend to Talia. This is actually where Talia lives in real life. Let's do this. As Double Bomb. I'm sorry. Actually, no. Let's go with Sword. And, come on up. Come on up. Okay, fine. Here, come here. There we go. Sword and Cutter. That's a solid combo. When I was a teenager, my favorite mode was the next one we'll be playing. So a fun little factoid about the sword. When you attack someone, you bounce off of them for a bit. Which you can use to do some fun stuff like what I was doing earlier. No! My stalwart companion! Yeah, self-juggling, thank you. I couldn't think of... No! 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 This is what I get for abandoning my friends! Die, Dynablade. Die. But wait! But wait! Dynablade was just doing it all to save her chicks. Don't worry. If there's one thing I know that baby birds need to eat, it's giant apples. Kids at home, do not feed baby birds apples. It's not going to work out. No one's evil until we get to Milky Way. All right. To be continued. In the Revenge of the Meta Knight. I unironically think the original sprite cutscenes are better than these CGI ones. I have not given a single cutscene positive for any of this crap because it's not good. I'm sad. Why? Why did you do this? The original cutscenes were good. They were well animated. They were Kirby. I blame Talia for this. Hang on. Before I cut off for lunch, I did see a donation pop in there. Was this version do better than the SNES version? See, the reason I'm stalling so hard is because there's a lot of stuff that you probably wouldn't notice are different, right? The game controls differently. The physics work a little bit differently. There's micro changes in how you interact with your power-ups or the enemies interact with the environment, or just tiny, tiny stuff that most people probably aren't even going to notice. It's a new engine. It's a completely different engine than the original game. And they just took the levels and supplanted them into the new engine. So that's probably the biggest real change as far as like something you can compare side by side, because everything else is new, right? Hey, Lizar. You've got the new You've got the new modes, you've got the new mini games, and you've got the new lore. Thank you, Blade Javal, very much. Always appreciate. And if you give me a second, I will jot that down. We must not, under any circumstances, play a more dealer's choice game. So that's going towards Dragon Age 4, Star Ocean 2R, Pokemon Legends CA. But it is lunchtime. I'm gonna go cut it for lunch. After we come back, we'll do my from memory, my favorite of the modes, Revenge of the Meta Knight.